Hello, everyone. Double check. Oh, yeah, okay, microphone's working today. At least it should be. Should be. Yes! Oh, hello, everyone. Welcome, welcome. It's going to be a coding stream today. Not sure what I'm going to be doing, but we're going to be doing something code-related. Oh, it's going to be one of those days, though. Before we get into it further, though, let's check in with the kitties. We do have Mason up on the bed, Sky crossing the table over here to me. Are you going to sit with me or just stand there? Molly getting a snack, as she is wont to do. Sherbet jumping up on the bed. There might be some critters out the window. Well, if you're not getting notifications on YouTube, you can, via subscription and the little bell thing, it can let you know. But otherwise, I understand. If you don't know the channel, it's easy to lose track of them until they bubble up again. But welcome nonetheless. Sammy has started laying up next to that little stone slab. I don't know if it's just comfy to prop herself on it, but she do that now. Molly had her recent vaccine checkup, and she's apparently getting a little podgy. She like her food. It doesn't help her intrinsic clumsiness. She is not a graceful cat. But yeah, most of them accounted for. Ember has wandered off. Unsure where. I did see her earlier up on the headboard, which would be above where Mason and Sherbet are. Like I said, there might be some critters out the window. Might have to check something. Be right back real quick. Yep, that's what I thought. Is what I thought. You can see Sherbet kind of bouncing up and down at something there. That's where Ember is. She is off camera left from the bed. They have tipped over a laundry hamper, and she is perched upon it. I did actually manage to trim some of Sherbet's claws. Most of his forepaws have been trimmed, and he only managed to slice me up like 3 times. Minor injuries, though. He didn't get too deep. Oh, but coding today. Still need to fix the map gen so that I don't go out of bounds on that, but I don't know that I'm going to try to address that today. I did make some further performance adjustments offline. Still not everything I want to do, but... So, one, I'm only updating the frames, the frames per second and the entity count once a second now. It'll help it be a little more coherent. But we're actually staying at frames per second, even at a really extreme volume of things. Yosef, we don't have an actual title yet. The working title is just Nyanite Survivors. Whether that stays the name or what have you, I don't know. But it's effectively the project title. So right here, we're sitting at about 7,400 things. Let's say 7,350 at 9 frames a second. Part of what we're using to accomplish that is one, fewer physics checks. That is, we do fewer physics passes. That does mean a collision on a given frame might be missed, but we're not dealing with really high precision, kind of spray of bullets kind of shooter stuff. It is much more straightforward than that. So we can do fewer physics passes. And I also reduce the number of physics frames per screen frame, so that we get, again, less processing overall, because there's a lot going on per unit time. But right now, like I said, we've got about 7,350 objects in play. And the majority of them are the yarn balls. And the yarn balls are going through... let's hold for a moment here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 processes per tick. Actually, it's more like 9 per tick. Hey there, Schmuggums. Hopefully we're winning. Like I said, we're getting we're getting just under 10 frames a second with this many things right now, which I feel is pretty good. Let's disrupt the lines a little bit here. I do like that we're getting this neat little cylinder going on with this at the moment. But we should start to see some disruption around the end. Around the edges shortly. The spiral motion is still very powerful as far as its distortion. Or its resistance to distortion, but we can see the influence here. Better animations? I'm planning on adding more animations. Right now our sprites are very simple, and right now the frame rate of the game is very low because of the strain. So you're getting very slow ticks. The animations are set to go about 1 full loop per second. And we're looking at about a static 30 frames per second. As far as what we're shooting for. But it's still going to be chunky pixel art. Right now, the player sprite is 32 by 32, and most of the creature sprites and bullets are at 16 by 16-ish. As far as upcoming performance improvements, I do want to revisit the idea of rendering things purely with shaders. That's gonna be tricky, but that is a possibility, where instead of having an animated sprite, we have the fully animated, we do the animation via shader, but again, trickier. I do want to cache the shadows. The shadow objects, because all the shadow objects are the same kind of thing. There isn't a special shadow for different types of entity. So we should be able to pool those and reuse them, you know, keep like 10,000 shadow objects ready to roll. And just add and remove them from the pool of visual stuff. Right, Schmuggums. There was a period where we were experimenting with a rendering mesh. And what that does is it takes... Effectively, it takes a great many things and renders them in one big pass. There's some... the shadows in the shader would also be viable. I would have to update how big the area is and have some extra logic to it. But we'll see. right now, if you notice the sprites have outlines, that's all done in shaders right now. That's largely an expedience thing. It's a hassle to keep the outlines going when I'm trying to render the sprites. So I just have logic that says if there is a cardinal or intercardinal connection to a colored sprite on a colored pixel on a transparent pixel, then that pixel becomes this dark purple color, near black purple color. But I do plan on using more in the shader territory. I do like how the swarm ends up looking. I do want to have more options, or like more of what we're dealing with as far as visibility, or more of the movement patterns in. And today is planned on being a bit more of a gameplay day as far as what we're adding in. So we have the map to fix so that we don't have these grid squares here. This is actually an error surface. If we switch over to Godot here, we've got 1600 errors because it's checking out of bounds in the texture. I need to correct that. But yeah, it's our frames per second is actually holding very well. Part of the reason that that's happening is that we throttle some of the throughput, in that physics only happens in units of 1/30th of a frame. So if the frames are happening really fast, then we throttle them down. We process in smaller chunks, but if the frames are happening really slow, we still only do those small chunks. So per tick, the simulation is happening at the same pace. And because we're checking the physics, we're doing fewer physics ticks per unit time. I think it's set to like 2 per visual frame right now. We don't have big lurches in the movement because, again, the simulation is capped at 1/30th of a second per process, or per pass. It will mean that there will be a period of time where we're doing those frames back to back to back. So that we don't get a lurchy effect. But we'll see. Technically, right now, there is technically an overflow possibility, but it would take probably a couple of days to happen, as far as the accumulation of delta. If we've been running at a low frames per second long enough that the amount of time accrued per actual frame process, so say we're going twice as slow as real time, then for every second an extra 1 is added to an accumulation float. If that float overflows, and floats overflow at a very, very big number, then we could get into kind of like an error state. Since the time accumulated would suddenly become incredibly negative and time would stop passing in the game simulation. Which I can solve for, just not an issue right now. Ember is on my lap getting back scratches. Been playing a couple of games recently where her crawling up onto my shoulder completely disrupts it, so I've required that she sit on my lap, and she is slowly coming to the conclusion that that too is acceptable. I just have to sit a little further back from the desk, and many of them will come sit with me if I'm further back from the desk. They want a little more room between desk and me. right, yeah. Okay. So again, couple of things to address here. I think we're going to start, as I say this, she's like, ah, no, you stopped. I'm going to climb up on your shoulder. What do we get in the Microsoft build here? Unremove an entity and entity shadow. Oh, I'm missing something. Ew, entity shadow. Oh, entity visual. Protected. What was the other one? Warning rectangle is the same way. We also need to revisit the warning rectangles in the associated spawn patterns. Since the world is currently going to be a little more known in size, I can set up better spawn concepts. But there were some flaws in how I was doing it. I've seen Mason facing off with more of the cats. He got into scuffles with Ember and Sammy recently. That full, they're staring each other down. Usually one of them's like trying to sit nonchalantly, but you can see their ears are fully back. I don't know what's going on. It hasn't come to like full-on violence yet, but you can see that there's a little... some sort of conflict happening. The worst they get to is that sort of like, you know, bat them with single paw while leaning back kind of thing. The shadow was actually one of the things that I cleaned up recently. And part of that was our draw. So right now when we draw it, we draw a circle. This is actually really expensive. Hey there, Cruel. As far as Godot is concerned. Before I fixed this, this was the most expensive call as far as the profiler was concerned. During the run, we spent the most time drawing the circle. I changed some of that by, instead of changing the size of the circle we draw, I changed the scale of the space that it's drawn into. So right here, we set the node scale. We increase or decrease the scale of the node. That doesn't change anything about the way the shadow is drawn. The proportions for that are still fixed. But we change the size of the shadow based on the height of the projectile. Or associated object. Bigger the object, the bigger the shadow. Higher up it is, the smaller the shadow. If we were updating this every time we would draw, so almost every frame the shadow would be updated, it would have to constantly redraw this, and that's not cheap. We could save on this if this were shader driven. If every time this were drawn, we would send in the like the height, its expected width and height, we could deal with that. We do have to deal with kind of conservation of shader space in that regard. When you create a shader, when you load it up, you need to make sure of what kind of variables you're going to be passing in. And given the number of things, I can't have what amounts to more than, I think it's like 4,000 individual shaders. Shaders where you pass in individual variables. So I would need some way of communicating to the shader which objects you're talking about and pass in that extra info. So, non-trivial. But if we also had logic that scaled the shadow according to the size of the entity, then we could avoid that and just have the shadow is a shader. It is an ellipse that it draws, and then we could stretch or we could change the scale of the ellipse according to height and size of object. Because the default scale of the shadow is 1 and 0.5, so it is a circle with its vertical size squished by 50%. And then that gets scaled according to a proportion of the height. So it shrinks. So if we were to, by default, set this scale approximate to the width of the rectangle, and then apply the height modifier to it, we could still draw it in the shader, but I don't know if, given that I would be changing its scale on the Godot side, I would be saving as much then. We'd still be dodging the draw call for the circle, and again, since that's not free, we might be saving some there. Anywho. Okay, so a world map. Is this the one we're drawing in? Yes. Do I feel sleepy every single day or sometimes? Sometimes. There are days when I have trouble getting to sleep. A lot of days where I have trouble sleeping. And there are some days where I'm just sleepy in its entirety. Okay, so I'm hunting for the place where I'm loading the map in. We do want to have chunk logic in place where I load a whole sequence of tiles in advance. I mean, I try to avoid eating before going to bed. And while sometimes I have a lot of sugar, I try to avoid having lots and lots of sugar. I feel like you might be circling back around to commentary on diabetes, and let's just head that off. And if I want to bring up health concepts, I will bring them up. So there's a non-trivial part of our loading code for the level that was put in as I will say in a hatchet job, because we were just trying to make the grid work under the composite load-up system. So we have a moment where we are piecing together a kind of a super map atlas. and then a period when we are loading in the map texture. So this should be which terrains we're using. Let's get the folder open here. Data. I think it's level test. Yeah. Okay. So terrain textures is our tile sheet here. Then we define which colors in the world map they are. It's actually still in data. I moved it to here. I need to remember to purge that because I don't need it. So like this is a tile sheet. Cruel, you mentioned that last stream. And while I don't log questions or anything like that, sometimes my memory will allow me to recall that kind of thing. So we have this as a tile sheet, so this is the map background, that kind of thing. Then we have our full world map. So we have test chunk 32, which is this guy right here. And this lines up with the actual scale, or this is the actual map. We're going to read this in, and we're going to apply it to our world. So I need to go in and fix the reading logic for when I load in our world map here, which is going to be our map chunk textures. That's not really what we want to be doing anymore. We want a map texture at that point. This is the thing that will contain these colors, and we're going to feed out as a single big one. Now, given that the biggest texture that is reasonable to load, as far as the graphics would be concerned, would be 4000, I think we can get away with much bigger than that, since we're just loading the texture. We're loading it as a single thing. And we're not expecting to ever display it. It's not going to be part of a model or a sprite or anything like that. So I think we can avoid the worry that we're going to exceed practical graphics card sizes. Effectively, it's just a big two-dimensional color array. In theory. So we're going to change map chunk textures here. And instead, we're going to have a... Well, thank you, Floff. I appreciate it. As is tradition, and since things tend to be slow enough, there's the whole model. Yep. Cat. Cat. Hello, Emperor. Hello. Texture wrapper, but are we... A non-trivial portion of the stream is going to be me trying to remember what I'm doing here. Oh, that's right. That's why it's a texture wrapper. Right there. I was like, am I actually... I can't be possibly just loading that into the dictionary. I don't remember making those files, and I didn't. I just put the JSON in there raw. Okay. And thank you for the follow over there on the Twitch side, Darko Gamer. I appreciate it. I'm currently slowed down by Shoulder Cat. Ember is half on my right shoulder, and she has jammed her back up under my chin. So one hand must cradle her slightly, and the other must pet her constantly, or she will stand up and block my line of sight. I don't know what it is, but I do know that as far as the YouTube algorithm is concerned, a common misconception about it, and this isn't, addressing your statement, just in general musings, is that it is taking your content, and thank you, Fluff, for the follow as well. It is taking the content that is out there and trying to find things that you would want to see. It's not a matter of taking your content and thinking, hey, who gets to see this? It's matching a person to content. So if it doesn't if it isn't set up such that, or if your content doesn't seem to be something that even your subscribers would care about, it's not going to feed it to them. Twitch is different, but that's the important thing, is that it's these things try to match people to content, or content to a person. The goal is to get something that a person will watch and see advertisements on. Twitch does seem to favor whatever is popular right now, and that does favor bigger streamers. They do have kind of forced elements of trying to get smaller streamers out there, and if you are prone to looking for very particular categories, then you might get smaller stuff. For example, on Twitch, this is a software and game development stream. That is not an oversaturated category. There's a lot of people streaming in it, but it's comparatively niche compared to, like, let's stream Raid Shadow Legends. Beverage. Okay. So I want to add a texture wrapper, which is the map texture. And it is a property so that JSON can see it. And then we are going to rip this out, because that is going to reveal to us all of the places that we are reliant upon it. Same with the sequence. And with map chunks we're going to leave in. This will be a convenience to us later. So previously, what we were doing is loading in the map we would take a series of textures and we would daisy chain them together. Fluff, the group that did the art for my model, it was Animashit Studios. They are now Kuramashit. But I encountered them on Fiverr and liked their work. And I gave them what I considered a basic description of the model with details. And from what or at least interacting with them, it seems like I gave them a great deal of detail. But then the artists that they tasked on it did a really good job, ran with it, and I love what they did. Okay, so we load the map texture. Then we're going to break it into chunks. Oh, no offense taken there, Fluff. I am strongly against the proliferation of generative AI as it stands right now. The industry pushing it is being very disingenuous, and there's also a lot of people promoting it by using terms like democratizing art, and what they're actually saying is, I don't want to pay artists for the level of quality that they are able to produce. And the current systems are entirely reliant on artists producing good content in order to get even the quality that we are getting. And despite the hype, there's still a lot of problems with what we're getting. A great many problems. Yes, things are better at, like, obfuscating the stuff, but if you look close, there's a lot of things that scream that. I've been seeing a great many advertisements for mobile games with AI-generated art for what they're advertising that is just flagrantly lies. Like, it's not even your mobile puzzle game. We make it seem like this is way more interesting than it is. It's just, there's nothing like that, and we can tell that they used, like, your Sora equivalents to make little 2 to 3 second clips back to back to back. Almost certainly, Lunar, the push for AI art generation, as well as code generation, is this idea that they can take skilled labor and just remove it from the equation. With art, it is that those systems are dependent on it. We are going to reach the AI, the generative AI kind of art singularity very soon, where a majority of the art that they're able to scrape online is actually going to be the oversaturation of posted AI art. If that happens, then you get garbage in, garbage out. It will constantly learn from generated art, and it will then consume all of the problems with that generated art and compound it with more of the problems of generated art. Until all is biblically accurate angel. Live 2D is something that there's a level of difficulty that goes into Live 2D that I think folks overlook when it comes to the generative stuff. Making a couple of second video or clip that mimics the appearance of a Live 2D character or extrapolates the whole frame is one thing, but I can tell you that the actual character art, like what accounts for the model of this, looks nothing like what you see at all. It is a mass of parts. I like to see riggers work live 2D riggers, because it is very much like 3D modeling. Like, there's a lot of, like, parallax going on in here. Okay, so we're still going to have the map chunks. We're going to have the map texture. We load in the actual map texture, the whole thing. Then we are going to process that out and come up with a series of variables here. We have which chunks are visible at any time. We might need to come up with, use a vector 2 for it, but we're going to say linear sequence of chunks for now. If we have to do a 2D array, that's fine. But linear sequence of chunks. So that's the list part. We don't even need it listed in this way anymore. Previously, we listed it this way because we were trying to leverage the Godot built-in auto-tiling logic that would do the conversion from... It would do this logic for us, where if I drew out a 3x3, it would get this box for us. But what we discovered doing that was that the way Godot does it is fantastically inefficient. Like, a 16x16 set of tiles using auto-tiling could take like half a second to a second to render. And that can't be. Like, I can't have a hitch like that every time we draw a chunk of the map. That's unacceptable. So now we're doing this manually. There's footwork that happens in the background when we load the map to accomplish that. We convert it from a bitmap that represents what the map will look like into a series of tiles, tile types, and then using that information, we convert those tile types into specific tiles, into specific coordinates on the map atlas. So footwork happens. So there are our terrain textures. We load in the colors. We have our chunk sequence, which isn't what we're going to be doing. Don't care about the chunk sequence. We don't care about the chunk textures. Similarly here. We are going to need to get this copied out properly. So again, what we're working on here is the grid. The map tiles being rendered. We were doing it one way, we're doing it a different way. The different way works. I mean, the old way technically worked, but it was performance intensive and kind of a mess. So this will be generated. This will be loaded directly. It would be nice to not have to regenerate this anytime we copied it, and that instead, during the load up process, this would be generated. But I'm not actually concerned about that. So if instead we look at map chunks as sub-pieces of the actual map texture. Let's look at a level here. This is world events and its level map. Okay. Then our world map is here. And there will be a period when we're going to create the map chunks, when we initialize it. Which is during the copy process. Okay. It's okay that it's during the copy process because we are going to be loading it from the dictionary before we can use it. There is a danger to this in that if the copy doesn't get called, it won't get initialized, so it won't be functional. That's okay for now. Okay, so we're creating our... We're going through and saying, like, okay, this color is mapped to this number. We're going to use that later. But we don't Oh, I'm sorry. This color maps to this number. That lets us do this sort of backwards. Because backwards is more useful. Then we're going to make the chunks here. Eventually, if I get into some bigger projects, I would probably look into some open source libraries, Cruel. At the moment, I am minimizing the amount of external libraries I am using because I don't want to add in the complexity of licensing. And that doesn't just mean like paid licensing. Even open source projects have particular licensing agreements to them that can require particular kinds of notification during an application launch, or in the credits or in the documentation. And some open source libraries are what I'll call infectious, is that if you include that library, your application becomes that kind of open source by necessity. One example of this is if you've ever heard of the SCP Foundation. They are a collaborative fiction thing. The SCP Foundation content is under what I would call an infectious license. Anything that is made using SCP content is subject to that same license. And the wording of that license has always concerned me because there's an element of vagary to that. So let's say I had a stream where I read SCP stuff. One reading of that license would be the stuff that I read is still under the SCP license. But another reading of that could be that the entire stream is now under the SCP license. And the worst case reading would be everything about that stream is under the SCP license. So would that risk my intellectual property by touching it? And I don't wanna, and I'm not a lawyer. I think SCP stuff is cool, and based on other channels that do like SCP readings, I don't think the worst case is that. But, you know, paranoia. Cruel, I have written code that does that kind of thing. In Windows sense, you're dealing with operating system intercepts or shims and similar kind of things, where as soon as this library is running, it can inveigle itself into whatever other programs you're running and do stuff like, what are you typing? What is in that window? Tell me. Pretty much fluff, but that would also require doing things like retaining a lawyer. And I also know that SCP has found itself into some copyright issues, both self-inflicted, the peanut being the one of the classics, but additionally people attempting to commandeer the content, both because of where it is geographically located as far as its origins, but various other things. It is trouble. It's actually a similar reason to why if you read H.P. Lovecraft fiction on a stream or something like that, despite the fact that all of it, pretty much the entirety, barring like a couple of pieces of the works of H.P. Lovecraft, should be under public domain now, there is a little like wrangling going on about some of it as far as if it's public domain yet. But yeah, copyright law is favors the attacker. Okay, so we're going to make our map chunks. We make map chunks differently than we used to. We're going to start with just the idea that it is a linear path. I don't want it to just be a linear path going forward, but it's just going to be a linear path. So chunks are vertical strips of the map. That can make them too big, but I'm not planning on having the chunks be more than like, let's say 3 screens tall is as far as I want them to be. That's still entirely reasonable to load. So we'll need to figure out how big we want an actual chunk to be in that regard. Height and width. This will be very dependent on how big a screen is, because we need to account for how wide a tile is, or the dimensions of a tile, in order to deal with this properly. Where am I loading the atlas? Okay, quick break. I will be right back, and then we'll continue. I return. See some conversation on the Nintendo Pal World thing. So the patents that are being dealt with there, Japanese patent law is a little looser than it is in the US, and there are like trade agreements between the US and Japan that say if there is a patent in Japan that it's sort of fast-tracked in the US. Part of the reason that people think that Nintendo bringing those patents to the table is tricky is because that could bring those patents under scrutiny in the US. And most of those patents are like auto-fail as far as trying to get that patent in the US. Many of them are like general concepts, some of them are process patents. All of those are the kind of thing that would get shot down real easy if somebody contests it. And I believe that's probably why Pocket Pair and similar are willing to keep going. Okay, though. But again, this is why the copyright, patent, that kind of thing is, it's functionally it favors the attacker. Is many of these lawsuits are brought in companies like Nintendo, like doing this is because they have big expensive lawyers, and it is often cheaper for somebody to just give in and say, fine, I'll pay a licensing fee or something like that, than it is for them to actually try to fight the lawsuit. So a company that actually tries to fight can be a huge problem if they can't bury them in the litigation costs. Because if that company fights, they might invoke the right rules or get the right things in place to actually blow up the mechanisms. Parodies of like Mickey Mouse stuff and similar, especially now, can be much harder to enforce because you don't want to be on the wrong side of DMCA law. And those are often wielded in a way that is try to get them to settle, because if it gets contested, a false DMCA claim is a big deal. It depends on if they can get like settlements or something like that. If you're dealing with trademarks, you have to be real aggressive about trademarks. With intellectual property, you need to be cautious of public perception. Nintendo is amongst the type of company that views their intellectual property in a very aggressive way. They don't view a mod as like free publicity in the same way that some like manga creators and whatnot view fan art as like free publicity. Companies like Nintendo that are similar to Nintendo view it as a potential negative press for their IP, and so they go after it. That is an old school interpretation that has often proven wrong, much like software piracy. You're not going to get rid of the software piracy, and if you try to crack down on it, you can often just make it worse. It's convoluted. It is very convoluted. Different companies, kind of different eras and cultures of companies, view things differently. And you can often spot the sort of era that they're from. You can also spot when a company misses the point in regards to fan content. Wizards of the Coast is recently infamous for that with the open gaming license fiasco. They are very much trying to rewrite history and say, "Oh no, we didn't do that kind of thing. We're actually very pro fan content." Fluff, I still have to wonder how much text parsing logic and speech to text logic, as well as what amounts to spyware, is used in the world. Like, even prior to our generative AI stuff. Like, it's kind of an infamous thing amongst folks that it's like, I was just having a conversation, like I was just chatting on Discord about XYZ, and suddenly when I go into Google search, I get ads for X, Y, and Z. Like, how dystopian are we already as far as our corporate culture? Because, we're definitely dystopian, but just how far down the rabbit hole are we already? So again, what we're technically doing, aside from Catbot Corporation disavows any rumors associated with ongoing surveillance or rumors of Nyanite fibers spreading throughout the infrastructure of the country. Nanofibers, I should say. Get the nouns in my lore right. Load in the terrain textures. I want to make our map chunks. For now, they're going to be linear. So this is the part that we're going to be scrapping. We're no longer going to be using... We're going to say terrain ID to vector2 array, but that's not really what we're doing. Where am I actually doing this now? Okay. This is where we're doing. You, close you, close you. I feel like actual general artificial intelligence, actual sentient artificial intelligence, while absolutely science fiction, that is, we're nowhere near that right now. It is funny seeing people try to tout that they're already there because they don't want us to be there. They don't want ChatGPT. They don't want any of these machine learning models to actually be sentient, because that kicks off an entire firestorm of ethics and rights discussions that these companies do not want to be part of. That is a hot mess. Okay, so currently the map tile renderer is where we're doing this, where we get tile sheets and the like. That's okay, so we need to have the chunks pieced out here. There's an update to Visual Studio available. Okay, so this is where we create the atlas. That's fine. Creating the actual terrains in it. So this is still, we're building the infrastructure for the tile map layer in Godot. Tiles. So again, this is still us loading in the tile. This is us creating this. So like, this is the solo tile. This is a tile with no friend tiles around it. This is the center of a square tile, where all of the tiles around it are the same kind of tile. This part is building those tiles out. This is where we are actually rendering the tile. Well, this is part of where we're rendering it. We are feeding a particular, this terrain, this position, or these positions. We're going to be changing this, but we'll get there. This is where we are getting which textures get the image. Okay. This is where we convert a world map texture, into the tiles, the specific tiles. So we're taking this image here, zoom, 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 and we're converting these color tiles, so this red, and we're taking that and instead saying this is the red tile set. This is tile set, let's say 1. I don't know if it's set to be tile set 1. Let me check here. Yes. So red is tile set 1 currently. So if it's red, we would use the gray tiles. So then we're going to look at that red in the corner and we're going to see that it's got an adjacent sibling to the right and below it. And that means we need to use this tile here, because this is the tile for sibling to the right and sibling below. It is that tile because I have set it up to be that tile. So we are going to, instead of loading the map chunk textures for 0. Thank you, Fluff. This channel has been through a lot of different styles of playlists. Way back in the day, when we played primarily Noita, we used a very chiptune playlist. Very old school video game playlist. Your Nintendo era and earlier kind of stuff. Probably later. Nintendo into 8-bit into 16-bit era. For all, bus size really mattered. Then we moved into a little more electronic is the wrong term, but that tells you how old I am. But let's say chill techno music. Hello, Thesta. Welcome. I think after that there was a period where there's a particular subgenre of funk that is meant to be a more kind of a little more chill, but it still has that real heavy bass beat to it, which I enjoyed. And then, as like the hardest of left turns, we dropped into this music, this very, very somber string and piano stuff, and I like it. No worries, Lost. No worries. Here. As I mentioned, I love what the artist did with the description of that. Frankly, an excessive amount of, molded metal belly button displayed. Do I have an art reference sheet? No. Sadly, that is not something that I got with the original commission. In the future, I would be getting something like that. In hindsight, it would have been great. Okay, so we get our... Okay, so we're getting our world map texture here. We get its dimensions. We're creating an empty one. Oh, what am I coding? I'm sorry, I missed that. And Cruel's statements advised me to look. We are making a Vampire Survivor style game. That is... monsters swarm you, you use the weaponry that you accumulate and upgrade to drive them back. The primary hook of this is that we're looking to build very modular weaponry a la Noida. Yes, HoloCare is an excellent example as well there. It's the same game as the game progress videos that I really should be making more of, Fluff. Really should be making more of. But sadly, a lot of the progress we've been making is largely invisible. Great deal of performance work. The day number is the number... This is the 149th development stream. Most of the streams were in the 3 hours or less mark. We've been progressing into trying to run for longer than that, both to give more people opportunities to watch, but additionally to just make more progress. It's, if I was spending more time offline and there are, if I was taking particular shortcuts. Passion project, but I mean, I would like to be professional in the sense that being a professional means you get paid for it. So I do plan on, once this is done, getting it on Steam and, charging like $1 for it or something like that. As far as my dream game, I have... since I was younger, I have always wanted to make a game, and I have dabbled in some things that are game development adjacent, but this is kind of the first thing that I have taken on. First major project in C#, first project in Godot, first game, so many things. This whole process has been learning, the game logic has been through many, many iterations. An intro video, do you mean an intro video to the code, or do you mean like intro videos to like the character and channel? I do want to get a channel intro video, but there are lore videos that are available. On my Discord, there is a link to them. Shameless plug, I have a Discord. It is linked on the LinkTree in the video descriptions and in my Twitch bio. There's a list of them there. It is a composite of a series of very short videos and like Twitter posts that I have transcribed. And yes, this is kind of the devlog. I don't have an abbreviated format of it. It is pretty much what you see. The development is very seat of the pants here. If I were doing this as part of like an organization, as a traditional professional, then there would be things like design documents. And there's nothing like that. It all lives in my head, and we're experiencing a side effect of that right now. Think. Okay, so we create the empty texture. And don't worry, folks, about like interrupting or something like that. I think that's part of the fun of doing this kind of stuff, is that I get to have this sort of stop and chat, and it doesn't really feel as disruptive as if I were, say, playing a very an action-y or focus-oriented game, where chatting like diverts me from what I need to do in the game. Lends to the casual and collaborative nature. I'm largely self-taught, Thesta. I did learn programming academically as well. First coding language that I ever touched was BASIC. And as far as university, we'd be looking at C++ as my original languages. And you can see remnants of that in my code, like member variables that aren't properties being prefixed with underscore. Programming knowledge, I still use quite a bit of it. C informs my sensibilities as far as how I build things. While I don't tell people that are just getting started like, hey, you should learn C++, it's the best language, it is the most powerful language that I have been exposed to, as far as you can make it do what you want with great precision. It is also the most dangerous language because you can make it do what you want with great precision. And if you don't know precisely how to tell it what you want, you can tell it what to do, the wrong thing to do very easily. Later programming languages, higher level programming languages, are much more forgiving about that kind of thing. Like, for example, these errors right here, index out of bounds. If I were doing this as a pure C project, that would explode violently. But Godot, let alone like C#, has some protection against that kind of thing. And folks, don't worry if you don't know Godot, you don't know programming, anything like that. Feel free to chat or just, learn along. Programming, just like learning a language, just like learning any sort of skill set, is about observing and doing. Watch people do it, try things out. Godot in particular, if you're looking at like dipping your toe into game development, has a lot of really good tutorials on their website for like, hey, so you want to make a game, here's a real simple game that we can walk you through making so that you can get an idea of the tools available to you. Most modern game engines have the toolkit built into them to do something like, hey, you want to make a game like Mario Brothers, run, jump, platform kind of stuff? Baked right in. You can easily do that. I will say simultaneously, so the internet age, the information age, has really given us just one of the best things for proliferation of knowledge and development of skills. You can go online, you can easily search up something that says, hey, how do I do this thing? And you will get thousands of results potentially for how to do that thing. A new skill that has arisen in that regard is figuring out who is telling you how to do it properly. For example, in Godot, I am using the tile map layer. The tile map layer is a grid-based representation of the world, so very classic sprite art kind of thing. In Godot 4, it's the tile map layer. In Godot 3, it's the tile map that contains layers. You interact with them very, very differently. And there's a lot of tutorials for the 3 version and some for the 4 version. If you get the wrong one, you're going to have a bad time. Yep, it's a really good tutorial for programming and the like. And thanks for swinging by, Amesma. Good tutorials show you what they're doing and explain why they're doing it. Can't say I do, Alice, but again, for everybody, forgive me if I don't recognize you, if your handles or anything like that change, or if just any amount of time has passed. My memory is semi-random. Oh, welcome nonetheless. Okay, so we create our world map tiles. This is where we're going to go through and say, here is the entire map image. So this is a little bit of brute force here where we are creating a tile mask for it, determining which adjacent tiles exist. Then we take that mask and say, why do I have 2 live streams? Currently I have a tall format and a wide format on YouTube. So for people... Oh, how? what you do on the YouTube side is that you have a stream format for wide and you have a stream format for tall, and those have different different broadcasting addresses, and you just do them both at the same time. Now, supposedly, YouTube is going to be adding a system for allowing me to do that as part of one stream, and that you can just view that one stream in the given format that you'd like, or even simultaneously. I'm looking forward to that. It doesn't change, it can't possibly change the bandwidth consideration, but it would mean a reduction in complexity of setting up my streams. Thesta, Godot has, when you are creating a tile set in the editor, you can set that up. And the reason you set that up is for auto tiling. Yes, Tibbs, Twitch is... It's where I started, and I eventually circled back around to that. Thank you for the follow over on the Twitch side. I circled back around to that just because Twitch is still where streaming happens. I would no longer say that it is the best streaming platform. I don't know that there's anyone that has really supplanted it, but it's no longer the de facto only place that you go to stream. But it is an important one. Okay. But Godot auto-tiling is really, really, really inefficient at runtime. Auto-tiling is much more oriented towards drawing your maps manually in the editor. And the method that I'm using is oriented towards modability as well as for procedural generation options. Auto-tiling is... I can't load the game and show you, but let's say... Okay. So if I were setting up a tile set, right now there are things like, it would be if you're on the corner of a platform, like on the edge, what does the edge of a platform look like? What does the bottom of a platform look like? Often you will have different tiles for that. So let's say I make a 3x3 block of it. So I might have the top side, maybe we're talking like classic floating platforms with grass on top and rock on the bottom. You might have the side of it, which is mostly rock on one edge. The bottom might be jagged rock. Top would have grass on it with a taper at the end of it for the left and right side. Auto tiling says if I have like 3 in a row, if I have a column of 10, how do I render them without having to go in and say, okay, this is the top one, this is the bottom one, these are the 3 in the middle. I don't have to do that manually. Godot will do it for me. So if I go in and specify that this block in the center has all 8 neighbors present, the auto tiling system recognizes that and will do it. At editor time, when I'm in the Godot editor using fully the node system, that works just great. If I am loading it at runtime or preloading it as data from files, that doesn't work great. That works badly. So I have replicated some of that logic to create that bit mask. Which tiles are adjacent of the right type. I find the best fit for that. And then I'm loading it into that image. So instead of that image being, it's a grass tile, I'm saying that that grass tile is actually this terrain set and this bit mask. So the red value is which tile type to use, and the green value is which tile in particular to use. So when I'm drawing it out, I know which one of, like, am I using the gray tiles, the red tiles, that kind of thing. I know which ones to use, and then for the red, and then I know based on the green which specific tile I'm going to use. So we're going to be able to change this from being the entire world map. I'm going to be able to generate the chunks here. But I need a way to determine which chunk to load it into. Yeah. Hexagonal stuff, pretty good, and procedurally loading it in. Neat stuff. Neat stuff. Currently, I'm going to be using fixed maps, but in the future, I would like to add a procedural element to them. Probably with some generation constraint kind of stuff. Don't know if I still have that working, Tibbs. Let me see here. Let's find out. Haha! That one still works. It spams everywhere if I do that, but... The link tree contains all of my channels and similar content. Okay, so this is going to build the entirety of it. So then we need to build the map chunks. Let's... want all of these, but we would still need to get the world map tiles image here. That is still just an image. No worries, Tibbs. there's like a dev board, and just in general, seeing people commenting on code and the kind of things they're doing, I'd kind of encourage that on the Discord. You know, if you're working on a game, feel free to pop into the dev chatter board. I see you're using a different handle there, Tass. Are you obscuring yourself from a streamer again? Ah, okay. YouTube being odd. I think one of the advantages, once YouTube gets the combined wide and tall format streams, is that will be one chat feed. So right now, tall format and wide format chats on YouTube are separate, and I wish they weren't. Because one of the elements of confusion that can happen for folks is when I'm responding to somebody in one of the other two chats. And it just breaks up the conversation. Though oddly, Twitch policy says I can't show a combined chat, because for some reason that would lessen the experience of the Twitch chat. I don't understand that logic, but it is what it is. I don't display chat on the stream because people can't be trusted. We've only had 1 or 2 hate raids, but it can happen. Be an integer, right? Yeah. Thank you for the follow over on Twitch, Dengma. There was a period where I had chat visible on screen, and what happened is some number of people and a wave of bots entered and started to say terrible things. The quick action of the mods and with my help quelled it, but it took a bit. And one of the problems with that is that now means there is text of terrible things in a stream, and that puts that makes me have that problem. So I just don't show it. If I had moderators that I could expect, like that there was an expectation that they filtered chat for me, that would be a thing. But we're a small channel, and I don't have paid mods, and those are the only kinds of mods that I would expect to be able to do that. And I'm getting some hiccups in the tracking. Just checking my tracking, it seemed to have been hitching for a moment, but okay. Okay, so we need to take this mess here. Actually, it is this mess here. This will get us the mask. I really need to do this. Need tile sheet. Okay, so I just want to get the mask here. I think one of the big hurdles of coding in this day and age, in recent history right now, in the past year, has been avoiding vibe coding. Using like large language model assisted coding is not fundamentally a problem if you are doing the coding and you are reaching out for assistance with the understanding that you know how the code is supposed to work and can verify at the time that you incorporate it everything that it is saying to do. If you can't, then that is a problem waiting to happen. Because there are no end of horror stories. Yeah, it's like, you know, what are some functions for this? Give me a template for a 2-stage for loop kind of thing. Find me these things can be useful. But what you want is that you could have written that yourself. You could have found that yourself. Because that usually means that you understand the structure that you want. This will just save you time in data entry or typing. But if you trust it to do too much for you, then you run a couple of risks. Is you assume that it's doing the right thing when it could be doing entirely the wrong thing. And if it's doing that, there's nothing stopping it from messing with the testing code or similar. That, you know, it's writing new tests for you, but those tests are wrong. The other is just divesting intellectual responsibility. Is you are not developing or maintaining your skills if you give too much responsibility to the system. So you're going to lose the ability to double check it. And if you lose that ability, then you're not going to have that ability to tell the next person how to do it properly. And so on, and so on. And that gets us into the garbage in, garbage out territory, where all of the repos that these code generators are scraping are written by code generators. We've also already seen that people are leveraging that. Malicious actors are leveraging the fact that people aren't paying attention to what code is being written, and are letting things into production that are dangerous. People are creating repos that do common things. Very simple libraries that do common things in great numbers. And a lot of those will contain a library that programs will import. And that library says, you know, give me a backdoor into your web server. It doesn't need to happen often, it just needs to happen once. Call get tile mask. X and Y. And our world map tiles image. And we should be able to remove all of that. Okay, so for each one, we're going to extract that current pixel. We use that current pixel to get which terrain set it is. We make the new process pixel, and using that terrain set, we set the R value to give us the terrain value. This is a risk surface so far. It has not failed me because it is a finite operation. But technically this is a risk surface. Floats are fuzzy around the edges, but this shouldn't be an issue. Just for. Okay, we get the mask, we feed that in, and we set our pixel. Similarly, we're getting the current pixel, which this is duplicate work, but I'm not going to bother passing in the current pixel here because we're going to be getting pixel over and over anyway. "3D object looks deformed close up, but it looks like normal from outside of a..." I mean, the detail of a 3D model is highly dependent on its use case. If the expectation under normal use is that you are not going to put the camera right up the nostrils of a character model, then we don't care how detailed the nostrils are. In the same vein is the polygons can look chonky if you get really close when you're not expected to get really, really close. Like, you can get really, really close, but there's no need to. It's the same way that oftentimes there isn't a care that the camera might slip inside the head of a model if it happens to fall on top of your field of view. Big deal. It's not going to be constant. Consider the basic use case and code for the basic use case. Then it should just not explode. It shouldn't crash or go haywire on your edge cases. Do I draw the assets myself, Tibbs? Yes, I do. All of the art is mine. So, here. Textures. A lot of it's real simple stuff. The wind-up mouse. This is the one we can currently see, the yarn ball. This is the idle line. This is the moving line. Look at the Nano blob. They're moving and their idle are the same. It either bounces in place or it jumps as it's going. Enemies are very, very, very rarely going to be idle, because they're almost perpetually going to be moving towards you. The player we updated to 32 by 32. This was the 16 by 16 version. It still has the outline, because I changed off of this beforehand. This is ported over from... So when we played Noita a lot, I made a custom mod for Noita that was real community engagement oriented. And the catbots were the primary method of that. And the catbots from that mod are the source of a lot of my lore. I'm being vague about a lot of this stuff because there's stuff I'm going to be incorporating into the game that is going to be a pseudo-secret. You know, it will cease being a secret almost instantaneously upon people playing it, and I expect a lot of it will be revealed during the dev streams just by nature. But, you know, so here's the 32 by 32 that we're currently using. Same general animation as the 16 by 16, but spread out. And we get more details, like a little bit of bounce and stretch in the ears, and similar, a little bit more movement in the limbs. But yeah, all of these made myself. I use Sprite for it. Really good sprite art program. Okay, so we've got the mask. Now we need to make the chunks. So we have world map tiles. This is the entirety of it. So then we need to make it so that there are boundaries where we can tell which map chunk we're in. We will get to that in just a moment. Quick break. We've got our hour mark coming up. And back. Let's see here. Next level, we're using C# code. I feel more at home in C# and Visual Studio than I do in GDScript, and I like the increased control and performance options that I get out of C#. It is possible to use C++ for Godot integration, but, you know, maybe in a future project when I feel like I need that extra amount of control. For now, you know, it's always possible to do stuff in raw binary code. Cruel, I don't know that it's ever actually advisable. If you are dealing with the fiddliest optimizations, then yeah, it could be viable to use assembler or similar, but only if there's the most absolute need to do so. A good opportunity. Let's check in with the kitties here. Let's see here. Sherbet's getting a drink. Mason's on the bed. Ember's on the side of the desk. She's in kind of angry loaf right now. Usually when Ember is sitting there, she is very actively not looking at me. We have Sky and Molly up in the tree. And not visible, but kind of up and right from them, Sammy is sitting on a canvas bridge. From the desk, there is a kind of a canvas walkway that extends up along the wall to get to that cat tree. So we're moving the map chunks over here. Map chunks won't exist in the world map logic. Instead, they'll exist in the actual renderer. We don't need our chunks list here. Need map texture. Terrain textures, I'm probably going to be able to use that, but terrain textures I feel are more likely to be reused than the actual map texture. So the map texture won't have a JSON converter on it. Let's see. These aren't going to be a vector2 array. We only need to know exactly which tile to set. Once. So ideally, I don't reference the image constantly, but I think it's okay if we do. So vector2 array isn't... We only need the vector2 array if we don't have fixed chunks. Tib's hand-drawn can be very interesting. It opens up a lot of different styles to it. You can have everything from the really smooth, almost vector art looking stuff down to almost like a sketchy vibe, where you either get like wiggly lines or just all kinds of different stuff you can do with hand-drawn higher res stuff, you know? And a good part of anything like that is working within your skill set, you know? Yes, also very time consuming. Especially if you're doing frame by frame. You can get away with like programmatic, like puppet modeling, you know? Make the arms separate. Have the arm programmatically like waggle. Okay, tilesheet offsets we still use. That is the generated atlas concept, so we know which tile we're actually setting it to. Okay, so we need to generate the chunks. So here's the world map tiles. Then it'll almost be an array of images, but I don't know that we need it to be an array of images. And it doesn't even need to be a two-dimensional array. Yeah, Tibbs, Don't Starve and Cult of the Lamb are good examples of that kind of thing, where you have kind of a mixture of frame by frame as well as the composite kind of puppet animation, where you have little different assets kind of stuck to each other. Eventually, Cruel, I do want to have a seed-based kind of randomization factor, both for, again, kind of a modding different gameplay style. You know, for example, speedrunning necessitates a random seed. Otherwise, there isn't really a good way to say that those two runs were similar. For now, we're going to start with a fixed image. But longer term, you might be coding a file that gives the logic for how the map is generated versus the explicit map. So like logic saying you're going to use road tiles. Those need to be largely linear or with cardinal direction changes. So, you know, a road can go left to right and might branch up and down. And it can only go, you know, they have to be this far apart if it's a branch kind of stuff. That kind of logic. And then you use like noise or similar to decide where things start and end in similar. Alternately, you can just be kind of brute force and do a labyrinth generation logic. And have it like, oh, there's X different types of connection. If it's a road tile, it has to be connected to road tiles, or it dead ends and roads cease. That kind of thing. But for now, linear predefined map. List of be kind of key value pairs with color and positions. It could be a dictionary of them. Because we only need to keep track of which chunk we're in. Because we know based on which chunk we're in and which chunk we're moving to, which chunk we would need to unload. So we would have a dictionary of color in vector2i array. Okay. So what this will be is I have a list, like a linear sequence of chunks. Those chunks are defined as it's a dictionary, but really what it is a collection of pairs of a color. Oh, but it's not a dictionary. It's not a dictionary. It is a list of key value pair. I mean, it's a list of pairs, but that's not really a thing. Well, actually, that's the word. Okay, it's a list of lists of tuples. And what that is okay, we have a list of chunks, and each chunk is a list of color position pairs. We are going to derive those from the world map tiles. So we generate world map tiles, and then we're going to break that down into map chunks. Technically, when we're done, we won't actually need world map tiles anymore, because we will have all of that information in the chunks, and the chunks are what we need. Update queue we won't need either. Like world map tiles we won't need. For now, we're keeping it. So this gives us the entire thing. Now we're going to go through it, and we're going to go across the map in X's by leaps. Yeah, 3D, I mean, it always is, but 3D world in Godot is just so fundamentally different. Beverage. Int x is equal to 0. X is less than width. X plus equals. This is actually where we take this and we move this up to here. Why? So what we're doing is we're marching across the map of tiles that we've created in chunk width sets. Then we're going to take an internal value here. We're not going to use Y, we're going to use some extra marker here. Probably an int I. How long do I think it's going to take to develop? A while yet. We actually have a lot of the skeleton in place. There's a lot of nuance to it, but we are approaching alpha territory. So you're pre to early access kind of territory, where the game will be in a playable state, but not remotely done. We'll see. I'm still in a broken state right now. Less than chunk width. What now? The changes that I'm making to the code have made it so I can't run the game right now. So I can't show you where we are, but Y++. Hey there, Laura. Yeah, it looks like YouTube is changing the handles again. Weird. Also annoying. So if I don't recognize you folks, it might be because YouTube decided to use your actual account handle versus your display name. I don't like that. I would rather it show the display name, like how people want to be displayed. Maybe parenthetically, or let me, like, dig deep if I want to. But it's kind of obnoxious and invasive, and I don't like it. Okay, so this is where we're defining a chunk. It would just be like, hey, if I click a person, can I see what their account handle is? But like, I don't need to constantly see your @ handle. Well, if you do step away, Tibbs, thanks for joining us. Well, either way, thanks for joining us. So this needs to be a thing that I add in. Doing here. Using this thing. No. This guy. Okay, I need a list of tuples of colors in vector 2 highs. It's as much like there are some folks that have a particular handle that they're going by now that they would prefer to be referred to as, and I would rather use that. If somebody is changing it frequently and I don't recognize who they are, that's on them. But if, for the past little bit, they have been referring to themselves as Steve instead of Steven, then I want to say Steve. Or the equivalent, Maybe when they were 16, they made their account handle, XXS Sephiroth 420 Sonic the Hedgehog, and they no longer want to be called that. I'd prefer not to have to call them that. Hey there, Wukong. Welcome, welcome. I feel like that's generally a rite of passage, is email identities in similar being made earlier on in your life and then it kind of haunting you. Okay, let's see here. Triple color vector 2. And it needs to be a get pixel that is x plus I comma y comma vector 2i I comma y. What is this thing you made, Wukong? Okay, so within a chunk, we're referring to it by its I value. Within, which is within the width of a chunk, and then the whole height of the map. We've got, so we're going to get that color and we're going to set it into the position of the chunk. If we are outside the bounds of chunks, we don't make any new ones. Gameplay-wise, eventually, if it's the last part of a chunk, we just block it off in some fashion. So that the player can't proceed past a point, kind of stuff. Okay, we make the chunk, we make it part of the collection just for rationality. We're going to put it there. So we go into the loop, we make the chunk, we fill the chunk, we store the chunk. How much video RAM does it use? When it's at full tilt, a few gigs. Well, that's how much memory as a whole it uses. As far as VRAM, don't know. Haven't looked. Less than a few gigs. A non-trivial amount of the memory consumed is just raw stuff. Textures are not free. If there are only a few objects on screen, much less than that. But the more things you start displaying, the more it takes. Modern high-fidelity game can take up upwards of usually about 12 because that's what most graphics cards are limited to. Ish. I can't remember if it's 12 or 16, somewhere in that area. I think often 8, but anyway. Okay, we have our map chunks, so then we have our get tile mask. I'm going to be making more of these public because I do want to start adding unit tests to them eventually. But by making them public, it makes them accessible. Lets me text them in a vacuum if I can get away with it. Message, load, map, chunk. That one's not relevant anymore. Or at least not in its current form. We just need the chunk ID to load. With the chunk ID, we already know the offset to load it to. So we're going to have to rewrite this segment here. But at this point, we have them. Okay, so then we offset it. So we're determining, right now it's entirely horizontal is how we're determining which chunk we're in. The current theory of the game is that it's largely going to be side-scrolling. Something will force you to keep moving from the left. I don't think we're going to be dealing with auto-scrolling, but maybe we will. Might get a bit of a shoot-'em-up feel. Actually, right now, it's going to have a very strong shoot-'em-up feel. But my current theory is that I'm going to still make it so that the player controls their rate of movement. I have no idea, Cruel. I'm going to be trying to build it in compatibility mode for Godot so that it can run on most cell phones, but I cannot, and that it will run on lesser PCs, but it's largely going to be determined by which version of OpenGL it compiles against in Similar. It may be that the system that it is trying to run on might have graphics drivers that are too old to operate properly. We'll cross that bridge when we get closer. And for the time being, we're shooting for being able to run on a potato. Chunk position isn't really relevant. So we really only need to know what our current chunk is and what our new chunk is. If our current chunk is less, then we unload. Then we are going to load further back. So we're looking at it and saying we will always be one chunk ahead of and behind the player. If the player is moving to the right, we're adding chunks and removing chunks. Chaos Hill, we are doing this in Godot 4 using C#. Almost the entirety of our code base is in C#. There are elements that are in Godot that are by requirement. So, like, this is our base scene, this node with this script, in this tiny rectangle to show me where 0, 0 is. And then the actual game running looks like this. There is a camera currently, and there's some debugging information tied to these scripts. The FPS labels script I don't think does anything. We'll see. Actually, no, I'm pretty confident it doesn't do anything right now. But otherwise, the entire structure of the game runs based on what the C# code is trying to force it to do. What am I doing? I am making a game. I'm making a Vampire Survivors style game. We're trying to do a Noida-like weapon building system. Way back when we got started with streaming, one of the games that I played extensively was a game called Noida. And aside from it being known for a fantastically custom game engine, it's one of its bylines is that it is a game where every pixel is simulated, and that is accurate. Every pixel is a material, and every material can interact with other materials. It is known for the excessively customizable weaponry that leads to strange results, interesting tools, phenomenal weaponry. Some good, some bad. But that's noteworthy because the way that we ultimately played the game for the stream was to create the most gratuitous, over-the-top weapon possible, with the goal being to overkill the last boss by as much as possible. As big a number, as massive of an explosion. And I want to recreate that feeling that the weapons get out of hand pretty steadily, but that there's also the possibility of it going phenomenally out of control. We had a phrase that we used called, it ultimately became minutes per frame, where I think the longest that it took to process a single frame of one of our most spectacular explosions in that game was about 5 minutes. that was about the time that it took for the first part of the damage number to become visible. And that's the feeling that I want to recreate, is that feeling when RNG has blessed you so much that the game is at its limits. I don't want the game to crash during that. That was a problem that we had during the streams, was that we would sometimes get hard locks on the system because the game was just going berserk. But I want that feeling where the stars have aligned and everything is in your favor. It's Noita. I think it was like kind of a Northeastern Europe development group. The lore of that game is very tied into the folklore of that area, as well as a lot of the language. Okay, so we have the chunk that we're in. So we're going to get our current chunk. Ma'am, Ember is coming for shoulder time here, so I'm gonna halt for a moment while I give her back scratches. Sammy is done toasting across from the desk. Or across from the keyboard. That might be why Ember is demanding attention right now. Or why she was sulking away from her regular spot. Because Sammy was in it. Sammy has moved over to her regular spot. Sammy is the black blotch on the black heating pad. Let's see, we can see 5 of the 6 right now. The 6th is on my shoulder. We have, let's see, which view are you in? Okay, you're in widescreen, so top left is Sky and Molly. Sky is in front. Sky is the big floofy gray and white, and then Molly is the sort of stripy one past him. Then on the left, on the bed there, we have Mason in the upper right and Sherbet in the left. And then Sammy, the tuxedo, is in the lower right. Again, kind of hard to see because black on black. But you can see the edge of her ruff and the some of the socks there. That is Ember. Yeah, I mentioned her again, so she hopped back over. Ember seems to recognize her name, as well as if I'm calling out to Sammy, Ember will come running and try to intercept. First-person shooter, how many weapons should be in a game? There are some kind of arbitrary conventions to first-person shooters, as far as if you're talking like a boomer shooter. An inaccurate name, but let's stick with it. You would be looking at pistol, shotgun, usually an assault rifle, and a rocket launcher at minimum. There will often be like variant weapons in there, perhaps some flavorful mix-ins, but that's kind of and a sniper rifle. Those are kind of you kind of have to have these. So you have the weapon that you don't want to have to use. You have your basics, kind of your automatic weapon and your close range, blow them to bits. You have your I need to use this at a range, but it makes them explode. And you have your inconvenient for close range, but very high precision kind of thing. Often there will be a melee weapon. Sometimes its presence is in exchange for the pistol. Almost universally, these are holdout weapons, though the theming of the game can vary. Yeah. The console era changes that up because it can be inconvenient to cycle through too many weapons. Then you'll get things like quick swaps and similar. Sometimes that is the reason that we not infrequently see you are carrying like 2 weapons, maybe 3 to 4. Let's see. One of the FPSs, it was kind of Doom era. So we're talking like loaded up in DOS kind of stuff. But there was a game called Blood, which took a lot of riffs from Army of Evil Dead and Army of Darkness. But that was not the entirety of it. And it was... You still had like shotgun as an early weapon, but it also introduced a lot of like wonky weapons. So what would it be? Flare gun was one. That was a, it sticks to them and burns them kind of thing. There was the aerosol can and lighter. There was a voodoo doll. All the weapons had alternate fires, like the aerosol can, you would strap the lighter to it and throw it. The flare gun was some sort of like explosive launch kind of thing. Stuff like that. But the very unconventional weapons to it were kind of comical. Kind of fun. I think the melee weapon was a pitchfork. Narratively, it was kind of a dark urban fantasy / occult thing. You had like a dark hell world kind of thing. But revenge story. The other, leaders of the dark cult turned on you before they went ascendant. But more so than stereotypes or generic conventions, a big part of it is the feel of the game. Because weaponry should lend itself to that. So, for example, your setting aside the first-person element, but let's look at the Space Marine games, the 40k Space Marine games. Your melee weapons are a significant part of that, because that's a big part of the 40k fiction is, despite the fact that we have cataclysmic weapons that should be getting used at like half-mile range, instead, we're going to charge up here and stab them with my sword that's also a chainsaw. So in that regard, a lot of weapons that are really more up close and personal and an encouragement to get right up in close range. Gears of War did that too. Now, the Lancer gun, for some reason we need chainsaw bayonets. For some reason, the some reason is because it's cool, but, If your game's going for hyper-realism, then the range of weapons changes further, because if 2 or 3 bullets kills you, then the types of weapons are like the the encouragement to use different types of weapons changes. But those are questions to those are questions that often inform what kind of game you're going to be making, and they're things that you should be thinking about up front. Is what is the gameplay going to feel like? What are you encouraged to do? Does your, are you expected to run around super fast and circle strafe? Is it going to be cover to cover? That sort of thing. Yeah, Call of Duty sort of microtransactioned themselves into a corner trying to pretend that they're Fortnite. To my understanding, they're kind of regretting that right now because they wanted to pivot back to gritty realism, but they had already promised that they weren't going to phase out skins. Oopsie doopsie serves you right. We're going to say -1 here. We are going to have to work on this. I'm actually going to... We are going to need logic for how to set it up, but we'll see. Yeah, Chaos, that is another aspect of the stop killing games. Thank you. Yes, we have many kitties. I was actually intending to resume coding. Despite what the industry is trying to say is the goal, one of those things is that aspect, is people are putting money. They are buying access to a video game. They are paying for skins and that kind of stuff. What they want is that if a company no longer wants it to be a live service game, they're no longer going to have updates. They're no longer going to take money for microtransactions. They want to release their next shiny new product. Then people want to be able to keep playing and use the stuff that they bought. Now, that doesn't actually mean they're expecting the company to continue running the servers, to continue selling skins. They just want the company to make tools available to allow you to keep using those things, or to keep consuming the original content. So maybe the servers go down and suddenly all those microtransaction skins are available to everybody if they run a private server. Like, they start their own server. The company makes the source code for the servers available. That's what they're looking for. The game industry is trying to present it as if people are expecting them to run the game servers forever and keep updating them and all of that. Nobody's saying that. Nobody's expecting that. They just want to keep the stuff. The fun thing is, if companies were to do that, then they don't need to grandfather skins into the next game. Hey, if you want to keep your skins and keep playing Call of Duty 506, Far Future Edition, then you can set up your own server, but it's not going to grandfather in to Call of Duty 523. Oh, they're definitely greedy, but they're being dumb about it. Like, there's money on the table here. Like, they could be more evil and more greedy, but they're looking at it in such a short-term way, like a right now, today way, that they're missing an opportunity to squeeze the stone for more blood. Like, I'm not encouraging them to be evil. I'm just saying, if you're going to be evil, then, you know, put on the top hat and tweedle that mustache. Go for it. And if they were to let people keep going with private servers, that private server is going to require private maintenance. They're going to need to pay for it out of their own pockets and get other people to pay for stuff. They're going to need to do their own patches, all of that kind of thing, and those aren't going to get their own custom skins. It would be entirely related to whoever maintains it. Yes, Lunar, if you're going to do something, do it right. If you're going to be evil, then be evil. Yeah, microtransactions have led people down a very short-sighted road. When it's okay, you could, well, the reason that they do microtransactions is because it's easy to fool people into paying small amounts of money very frequently, such that they might pay more than the cost of a DLC. And that's setting aside dark patterns like making it so that you can only buy content with company script, like, you know, you buy gold coins, and those gold coins are used to purchase game content. Game content is always purchased in odd numbers, and gold coins are always purchased in even numbers. That kind of thing. Those are your classic dark pattern. But setting all of that aside, you know, those layers of bad, it's just that it's easier to convince somebody to pay a quarter than it is to convince them to pay $16, even if if they pay a quarter for all of the content in that $16, that they'd end up paying $50. That is the microtransaction way, is to bleed their wallets by 1,000 cuts than by one big stab. Which is why I always look in... I'm always pleased whenever I hear the EU is looking at legislation about the game industry, because they're willing to take a swing at the game industry, more so than we'll ever get out of countries like the US. But with that, stepping away real quick, and then I will try to make some progress. And we're back. Yeah, Lunar, the focusing on the quarter/yearly gains, can't remember, but it's essentially, gains over gains kind of model where the number must go up compared to the last number. Does encourage that keep running and try to stay ahead of the inevitable problems mentality that eventually leads to some sort of collapse and rebuild. Ambushed by somebody else's problem lore? Okay, get our current chunks. We're going to be looking at loaded map chunks, so it's not going to be a dictionary. This is going to be probably a hash set. Does it need to be a hash set? No, but we're going to make it one. Oof. Now, the real question, Laura, the real question in this scenario is, did they lose years of files to a cloud issue because they asked, ChatGPT to back up their files? Yeah, OneDrive is just as bad. Bad for different reasons. I always have to go out of my way to kill OneDrive because most programs try to default to saving preferences and save games and whatnot into Windows documents. And OneDrive insists very actively about backing up that folder, which leads to a massive accretion problem over time. That is something that you have to keep maintaining because otherwise OneDrive starts to run out of space and it starts to whine at you that it keeps filling itself up when you don't want it to. Okay, we can do that right here. What I end up doing is my code is I have a Get repository on GitHub, and every now and then I try to decide whether I want to do like hard local backups. I have an extra drive for that I might have my local repos stored on instead of them currently just being on my main disk. Have them on essentially a secondary drive so that then I have the full remote drive, I have the local drive that way. Maximize the likelihood that I can recover my code base one way or the other. Okay, so for each chunk here, so it's not really this. Yeah. Conveniently, given the scale of my projects, the maximum size for a single user GitHub repo is more than enough for a lot of my stuff. Yeah. That's one of the extra fun things with working for a corporation or really working under somebody else that drives the projects is they will decide on the toolkit. And sometimes that's responsibly based on needs and cost. Like, they know the workload, they know what they need to do, and they know that this solution fills those needs as efficiently as possible. Sometimes it's because a salesperson gave a really good presentation that primarily involved a fancy dinner and tickets on a vacation. Sometimes it's because the boss saw a seminar off of a YouTube ad that promised them, golden shoes or similar. And sometimes it's because somebody doesn't think you need to spend that money and that they heard that there is a cheaper solution, though they don't know the actual requirements. All these things and more. If there is a YouTube channel that shows up in my feed a lot, and they riff on unnecessary proliferation of AI tools. Not just, AI tools in general, but it's primarily people trying to shoehorn it into workflows where it is not useful or actively detrimental. And one of those is, you want more AI in our product, but we make sparkling water. One of the terrifying elements of the AI bubble is, at least in the US, pretty much a vast majority, if not the entirety of our current GDP growth is accounted for by all of the money that is being sunk into current generative AI data centers. Systems that do not yet have an actual, profit structure accounted for in them. There are a lot of people, buying into it, but this is right up there with blockchains and metaverses, is, okay, great, these things can exist, but what are they actually doing for the money that you're putting into them? And that's even assuming that the company is actually getting money out of it. Like the company driving the AI. Okay, we know if loaded chunks already contains it, then we don't have to load it. Okay, so we have two sets. We have chunks to load, and we have chunks to unload. So for each of them, I'm going to make you a hash set as well. Okay, that last mouse movement, let's see if he does it again. Okay, that mouse movement right there, that's Sky. He is sitting next to my mouse hand. And that is him indicating he really wants chin scratches right now. He knows how to move the mouse, and he knows how to click the mouse. That is why this menu is open. That is why if true is selected. He doesn't really know what he's doing in particular, but he knows it gets my attention and that I will do things to make him stop. That's pretty much it, Chaos, is that a lot of these companies don't want to miss out on the next big tech innovation, because if it takes hold and they're behind, then that's bad. Simultaneously, though, there is it's less about they don't want to miss out on the next big wave of tech. It's that they don't want to be seen to be out of date. That is, even if the company has nothing to do with that software, as in there's nothing that they benefit from. Their existing workflow is perfectly effective, and there's nothing that adds to it. But if they use it, if they have purchased licenses for it, and they are making employees make use of it in some fashion, they can say that they're on the cutting edge, that they're using this new technology that shareholders have seen and think will make stuff more valuable. So it doesn't, it's actually bleeding resources in to use it. But people are very interested and think that the company is up and coming and is going to be ahead of the game if they're using this new tech. Yes, but it's costing them and might be causing them to actually fall behind long term. But it sounds good. It's making the share price go up as people get interested in the company. It's good for shareholders in the short term, but long term it could be bad for the company. And that is a common malady. What was one of the recent things? Square Enix, one of their executives, became fixated, and I think still is, on the idea of, what was it? It was in vogue for a while. NFTs. They wanted to have blockchain and NFTs in their products. They thought it was going to be the big thing, and they really wanted to be incorporated. But that's kind of the thing, is they think it's going to be a big thing, and thus they want it to be incorporated, when that should flow in the other direction. Is the people working on improving the product say, hey, there is a use case for this. We could leverage this new technology. Even if it's like they asked them to look into it, you know? Like, hey, is NFTs a viable thing for our product? And if yes, then let's do it. If no, let's not do it. But instead, it becomes mandate of heaven. It is, the God King declares that we shall use NFTs. But how? I don't know. Every milk carton has an NFT on it, and you can track your milk carton through its lifespan leading up to you throwing it away. There is a big risk of the AI bubble exploding quite violently, Cruel. Quite violently. If it does, it's going to be very bad for a little bit. People are starting to equate it with the dot-com bubble, but way worse. It is a bad thing on the horizon. Because it is almost a certainty that a lot of the stuff being promised is not going to materialize. And a lot of the things that are being promised are actively showing not to be true. Let alone the PR problems. The artist community is making it sound very bad if you get caught doing it. Wizards of the Coast with Dungeons & Dragons, people have caught them both in Magic the Gathering and in Dungeons & Dragons using AI art assets, and now artificial intelligence, I don't like calling it that, generative programs to write Dungeons & Dragons content and modules. People hate that. Yes, Chaos, that's actually a really good pattern to look at. It is people saying we need to use it, so find a way to use it, as opposed to we have this problem. Hey, this AI program could solve that problem for us. Cool. We have a solution to an issue that we can fix. Or a way to add a feature to the software. So you can't look at it backwards. You can't do that backwards, because that is a dark road in software development. That is somewhere up the chain somebody says purple buttons are the thing that people want. We need to have big purple buttons all over our UI. But sir, our UI is blue. It's blue everywhere. That is the only theme that we have, and all of our customers say they only like blue. Oh, but no, purple is the thing. It's purple, and all of the edges need to be, flat shaded so that it looks like Apple stuff. But our users don't use that, and they don't like that. They've told us. No, but I know better. It shall be. If I is greater than or equal to 0, typing with one hand. If I stop scratching his chin, he will periodically headbutt my mouse hand or grab the mouse. You can see his his back half to third there. That white, the white you can see on his back is kind of on the back half of his spine. Starts just after the middle, you know. His entire torso is hanging over a draft excluder that I use to act as kind of a half cat barrier. The main cat barrier is over the keyboard. I have a tilted acrylic kind of monitor lifter that is in place to keep them off of the keyboard. It was largely created when I had a Maine Coon named Tom. He was a big friendly boy, and when he wanted attention, he would roll across the keyboard. His head was big enough that he could press like half of the keys by rolling his head on, and if he slapped a paw down to reach for me, that would be easily 6 to 9 keys. And thus the cat shield was born. But Sky will lay his his forelegs across the draft excluder, such that he is either touching the mouse or pressing the mouse up against the edge of the keyboard. I mean, Cruel, if I was the author of a story and decided I wanted to keep expanding upon that story over and over, then I might choose to do that. If I was doing that in order to sell the game and the game was still selling, I would continue to do that as long as I wanted to. If the game was not selling as a result of my expansion of the story, then, and my goal was making money, then I would probably stop. If the game was not selling but I didn't care because I had a loyal fan base that still liked it and I liked writing it, then I might continue to do it. It's all in the context. There are games that exist entirely because of that at this point. They are old games that are still played by a loyal fan base. It's on a bigger scale than you might think, but Team Fortress 2 is a prime example of that. Valve doesn't really make games anymore. Dota stays alive because it's a cash cow, but that's largely a particular team. Team Fortress 2 is pretty much dead. Any development they get is like, you know, every half decade they might get slid a patch to a critical problem kind of thing. It is almost entirely driven by a very enthusiastic community at this point. So if I were a indie dev behind that, I might be satisfied with just maintaining that game and continuing to get the residual sales of new people seeing it. A better example is Terraria. There are a lot more mods than major content updates. They still do major content updates, but they're not like super fast and frequent. But the user base is incredibly faithful. And despite not having microtransactions or anything like that, it's still a popular game and still gets purchases to this day. So in that regard, like, hey, if they release new content and some users don't like it, there are probably some users that do like it. It's a passion project. Whenever you see Steam awards listing for things like Passion Project or Labor of Love, that's what they're really referring to, or that's what people should consider it to be. Is Labor of Love is not the company screwed up and went back and fixed it. That alone is not Labor of Love. So let's say No Man's Sky at release, the fact that they fixed it and got a release that was good put together is not Labor of Love. That's taking responsibility. Subsequently, though, the updates that followed that could be considered labor of love. They are non-paid, not DLC, anything like that. It's just we keep releasing content, we keep adding cool new stuff to our game. That is labor of love. And that's where it falls. It's sometimes you release a game and that's it. Sometimes you release a game and you love that game and your fan base loves that game. You just keep releasing stuff for them. And to that extent for you. I'm not setting out to make this game as if it will be the most profitable thing ever and I will be able to retire on the earnings of it. I would like it to be successful and I would like to make money off of it. The same way with this channel. I strive to do that. But simultaneously, I'm going to make this because I want to make this. Okay. But code. Okay, we have our current chunk. So we get all the way here. Okay. So we need to... So now we know that we need to load new chunks. So we have gotten this far. It is new chunk time if we've got this. We could try to be extra efficient and just say, anything, like we could try to say, okay, we know that this chunk was the current chunk. If it's less than, we would reduce it by 1. If it's greater than, we would add 1. But I feel like that just creates extra edge conditions. So we're going to get possible chunks, and we are going to add here. So this is the current chunk in each adjacent chunk. So 3 of them. Chunk in possible chunks. Loaded map chunks. Okay, so we know if a chunk in the loaded ones isn't in possible chunks, then we need to load it. I'm sorry, we need to unload it. then we're going to go over the possible chunks and say if they're not loaded, then we're going to add them to the load list. Okay. A load map chunk no longer needs that because we have the map chunks recorded. In fact, we should just be able to use the chunk. Which chunk to load? So this is a list of tuples of color to vector 2i. Every single first-person shooter game guns, but decided they want to... I don't understand the scenario that you're describing. Are you saying they have all of, like, a series of weapons in their game that at the time was feature complete and now they want to add a new thing? Or are you saying that... Now, it sounds like that's what you're asking. Is that accurate? So, the game exists with all of these and they want to add a new thing? Or is it that the game does not yet exist and they would like it to release with one that isn't part of what they thought... Well, that isn't part of the normal set that one would expect? Okay, so game isn't released yet, they want to try a new thing. Then they put the new thing in the game and they request feedback and find out, do people like it? If they don't like it, then the developer has a choice. They either don't add it because people didn't like it, or they add it anyway because they think they know better. Either might be true. It might be that your beta testers aren't, your current set are not the entirety of the information that you have. You might have other information, but ideally you are basing it on some quantifiable concept. Again, either it's going to be in there because I want it to be in there, or it's going to be in there because I tried it and people liked it. render. Okay. We need to set the tiles. List of tuples of color to vector to I. Have a place where we're using the update queue. We are going to do that directly instead. And this is going to be when we unload it, where we just set the cell to a position. So I'm going to take this down here. Cull that out for now. We have the color, so we don't need to get the pixel anymore. And we have the position to set it to. Hey, Kalara and Raiders, welcome. Welcome, everyone. Ferret War Dance. Only ever seen the Weasel War Dance, but I assume that it's very similar. Little frantically and semi-randomly bounce all over the place. It is. We're in a very slow portion where I'm heavily rewriting a portion of code that was hacked into place. Brutally hacked into place. Okay, so this will be... Backdoor to I. And tiles to set. So we've been slowly moving through our logic here to change up how we're setting the world map tiles. To, instead of creating the map as a series of chunks of information, so we would have a series of bitmaps that represent part of the map, we are instead loading the whole map from file and then breaking it into pieces at load up time. And as a result, the whole structure is noticeably different now. So I'm having to go through and just sort of chop everything into submission. So this will be color positioned. Copy that, paste that, dot, item 2. Well, almost the entirety of my code base is lives in my head as far as what it's for and how it works. So part of the reason that we're still working on this is the hack job that got it working, and now I am having to parse out the hack job that got it working in order to do a hack job on it to get it working again. Okay. Okay. Indeed. So the cat that was visible and is still visible is Ember. She's across from the keyboard. Let's see, you are watching on Twitch, so Ember's in the top center. The camera is very close, but she is the smallest of the cats, noticeably the smallest. She's at least like an inch shorter at the shoulders than the next smallest cat, which is Sammy, but Sherbet is very similar in size to Sammy. Only one is not visible, and I don't know where he is right now. Okay, well, I can see him, but I don't know what he's up to. Upper left is Molly. Probably in the lower left, you might have seen Sky move by. I don't know what he's up to. Okay, it's bath time. On the bed is Sherbet and Mason. Both of them were looking at the camera for a moment. I think every now and then the cameras, when they switch lighting mode, might make a noise, because I have not infrequently seen them turn and look straight at the camera a couple of times. Then we have Sammy in the lower right there. She is the mostly black tuxedo laying on a black heating pad on a black shelf. But yeah, the cat CCTV. All right. This should set all of the cells whenever we pass that in. That is the chunk. But I do love my kitties and like to share that with folks. There are currently 6 of them. I think the most I ever had at once was 8. Then brief tragedy, but now 6, and I have to really be careful if I walk by, in the pet store to get food, or cat litter. I have to be careful about walking by the adoption center. I really do. Let's see. When I adopted Mason and Sherbet, I was really intending to adopt 1 cat, but it was down to the 2 of them from their litter, and I didn't want to separate the brothers. That is similar. My first cats were a pair of Maine Coons, and I was frequently away for work for much of a day, and I didn't want to have them lonely, so I had to get 2 cats. So the brothers stayed together. When I adopted Molly, Molly got adopted because despite the fact that she was there with her brother, she was remaining as far as being adopted. Sammy was similar. But Sammy's brother wasn't put up for adoption because Sammy's brother was still... they were both like feral cats. Sammy adapted to the shelter. Her brother didn't. So her brother ended up being a barn cat still, working cat. But Sammy went up for adoption. So thus I must be careful about being in the adoption center because I am a soft touch. / easy mark, depending on how you want to view it. Okay, if I want to unload a tile set, though, I can have a flag here. Greedy game? First important thing to implement. Okay, so mechanically, the first thing to implement would be, well, general world infrastructure. So that amounts to a decision as to how the player, how the objects within the game will be rendered into the scene, how you'll put them in the scene, and how they'll interact. So, for example, in the Godot sense, am I working in a high physics environment where I want to have, momentum and gravity and friction? If that's the case, you're going to implement the player objects differently. That's kind of where I would start, because once you have player objects in the world, you can start, trying things. You could bind some input and have the character run and jump and all of that. And that, that leads into, once there's a character in the world, you can add input and make them move around. You can start iteratively testing stuff. If else we are unloading, we just do this. So if you don't fill in all 3 of these values in set cell, it clears the cell. You have to say where it is, which terrain set to use, and then which tile position within that terrain set. that should work. Okay, so for each chunk in there, we call load map chunk. We get the map chunk. And then we shouldn't need any sort of offset because the chunk contains all of that information. It's this position is recorded. If I remove the offset, so in the when I'm creating the chunks, currently I'm storing it as this color in this chunk position. But why am I doing +1? Plus I. There. Okay, now I don't need anything like offsets. I'm using this color in this position. It is absolute. So then when we unload them, it is going to be pretty much the same. We are going to call set tiles .id true. All right. Is it broken? It's broken. Okay. Okay. World map, map texture. Okay, we need to get the map texture in. And that is explicitly this thing. There. Chunk sequence isn't a thing anymore. Map texture. Map texture. World. Duplicate that texture wrapper. Okay, that should now be present. Whoops. Will help me in testing if I actually load it up for testing. Bingo! That's new. Oh, same thing. How would entity become null? Extends catalogable, but that is not fundamental to it. Why is that? How is the entity shadow null? Why does it not have an entity right now? Because that would require that it received a null as its entity. Oh, wait. Okay, when we set entity, this is the only place it gets updated. Debug statement here. Okay, the entity is being cleared before we get to that. So we're never getting a set entity of null. It's possible that we're not ever getting a set entity, but that isn't possible because it would fail here anyway. If this ever came in null. And that's the only way we get to here. How? But how? Okay, maybe in shadow. Right here. This is where we'll clear entity. If this happens, then subsequent triggers of this will go wrong. We don't need to do this stuff because the visual portion in onRemove entity already did that. Only happening when we strike an enemy, which will cause that enemy to take damage and be removed, which will subsequently so there's a risk surface here, is that I may be missing something. We are going to go into the visual. We're going to try putting that in there. For safety's sake, that should be there. I haven't put it in there yet. I should be making the collision box. Yep. When did entity get cleared as a result of this? That should only happen if we already called the other one. Because I could put an if entity in here as a safety net, but the fact that this is getting called again on this object is problematic. Like, how is this being called again? Because we should be calling it from here. So I get the onRemove here. It calls into this, And it's not until this one that it gets nulled. Right here. That's weird that the entity is a yarn ball. So the entity's removal is being triggered. This calls into the shadow. It is the actual type being invoked here. So at the time this is being called, that value is null. Which would imply that this shadow got that notification again. Okay, let's... Should have a call where we're setting it to... We're going set entity. Here. Then in shadow, when we go into set entity, we call base. Well, the shadow exists. We're getting an event, and we're getting that event off of the entity object. So this entity object's on remove is what is triggering this function. So at some point, this got set. We're calling base here, so we don't need to call this here. Oh, that's what's happening. Yeah, we're doing this twice. It still exists. We're calling it twice each time because we were binding that event twice. So it would call into it twice. Set the node position, we apply an offset, we call the base. But when we set entity, do we already do that? Thank you, Sean. For the... So we know that it's functioning because the shadow is following it. Oh, it's no worries, it's chaos. It's no worries. You are calling out, like, good base expectations for it. Did it ever get there? To get into the function that it's having a problem, though, it did have to get there. Like, it was definitely there. Okay, by default, it applies offset and sets the node's position. In shadow, We do that, and then we're messing with the scale. Okay. I think it was the double bind that was causing the problem. Okay, now the shadows aren't updating at all, so that's a problem. Okay, let's run it in Godot. Godot will reveal some problems that, like its debugger will catch some errors in the crossover code. Okay, so we can just stop there, look at our debugger. Load map chunk. Oh. Let's clear out this error. I know where this is going wrong. I mean, in this case, though, Cruel, it was doing exactly what I told it to do. So when an event comes through, when you bind an event, you add a function call to what amounts to a list. And it's going to, when that event happens, call each of those functions with the parameters that are set up. And it will call that in most specific to least specific order. Well, it will call the most specific one. So when in the shadow and in the visual, those are both things, I called set entity, and both of those set entities were called. In both of them, they bound the onRemove function. So the onRemove for the shadow would be called, and then it would be called again. And the first time it was called, it cleared out the entity. That is one of those markers of code does exactly what you tell it to. Sometimes you told it to do the wrong thing. It does not intuit what you mean. And I is less than chunks.length count. I was adding a chunk that couldn't be loaded each time. Run it in Godot. No error markers, so the shadows are just not being set up properly. Okay, we are getting a draw for the circle. Now we would fail here. This would be a null object reference if that was the case. Oh, okay. Update position is called on update position, though. Here. This is an override to it. Override. Protected. Override. On entity position updated. And that calls update position, which this also has. Which means in the shadow, we don't need this. Because that is fundamentally going to happen. There we go. And now we set it to go overboard. This will ensure that we catch any edge case scenarios. Should drop us down to a little under 10 frames per second here. There are currently about just under 7,400 things. Most of them being those yarn balls in the middle of the horrible cylinder. Okay. And we're going to let the mess bleed off. Should start to see yarn balls leaving the circle soon. While the game is slowing down, the frames per second is actually still more than 1. Which still isn't optimal, but the world simulation is slowing down to allow it to still look like it's flowing cleanly. It prevents things like if the game gets too slow, projectiles or enemies will phase through each other. They're always moving at a rate of about 1/30th of a second per world tick. Each world tick is 1/30th of a second, no matter how fast the game is running or how slow the game is running. As far as the game is concerned, every update cycle is on 1/30th of a second. Visually, like graphics-wise, it can be way slower than that. We still get a performance cost, as some of the caching does not bleed off swiftly at all. But, 900 frames per second is way more than we need, so. Okay. Nice. Okay, let's get an interim commit in here. So now we're generating the chunks on the fly. So if we go into our data folder here, we are going to update this logic to be much, much bigger. Okay, so this is the gray here. Oops. Two, three. And 4. Wait a minute. Definitely missed a couple there. The pattern is off. U should be 4. 1, 2. Okay, so it's going to be world map test. Here, and I say world map test. We run it in here to make sure we don't have any errors on the Godot side. So you can see the map tiling happening here. How the tiles flow together properly. These are just tests. It's a very simple pattern showing the different tiles interlocking. But we can also see how the whole map is loaded, and it's also not having any impact on performance. If I zoomed the world out, I could probably see them loading in, and so we shall. You can also see how the enemies spawn in. I'm not seeing any unload happen, though. We should be seeing a lot more of the world unload. Okay, so clearly the unload is not happening. And it's definitely costing us more and more as we move along. Okay, so the unloading logic isn't working. Now, I should have the, like, in my tile editation, I should have them broken up into known tiles so I know where the loading is happening. Okay, we are never setting chunks to unload. Oh. Let's run it in Godot so I can do some live debugging shenanigans. Okay, so we're in chunk 0 and 1 at the moment. So when we pass into chunk 1, we should see a new one loaded. All right, we're unloading chunks that we shouldn't. I'll have to check on that. Yeah, we're jumping too far forward. Because right now I can see an unloaded chunk behind me. So in the logic where we're determining which chunks to load and unload, we're getting it wrong. And we run it in the Godot side so we can do local editor shenanigans. Did you ever get an answer? You said that you had some sort of like cover or something like that, but that's as far as you got. Okay, still wrong. Still wrong. I mean, if it's something that you want to share in the, there should be a art forum in the Discord that you could put that kind of thing in. Loaded map chunks, there are 2. We should have... So we're in chunk. The new chunk is 1. And our current chunk is 1 because we've gotten to here. So our possible chunks, I'm going to say chunk a lot, should be 0, 1, and 2. But we're missing 0. So we're missing the current one. But I should start at -1. I is 0, but I should be starting at -1. Oh. We have to account for current chunk. They're loading in. Load it in Godot so we can see. Okay, so we're in chunk 0 until we get over here. Takes a while to get used to there, Salami. Definitely does. Okay, so we've entered chunk 1, so that should be chunk 0, 1, and 2. So this chunk should go away next time we get a load up. Nice. Getting there. The blobs eat a lot of our frames per second when they're swarming. So as I move to the side like this, they're starting to like fall behind when they spawn behind me. All right, but we have map generation going. Well, we're zoomed way out. Good marker. So the UI, this number, the health bar, this UI here is on a canvas layer. Canvas layers sit on the screen, on your point of view. They don't sit in the world by default. Let's see what this looks like from very far away. Itty bitty. Additionally, though, we can go in and we can zoom in to like 2. We have an invisible slime there. Oh, I know why that's happening. There's logic for them to be visible or not. And one of them caught the edge of that at the wrong time. So now we can see more of them appearing. Each entity has a little bit of logic with it that says, if it's not on screen, don't try to draw it. But yeah. Yeah, let's disrupt the edge a bit. We added a zigzag to it, which is a 90-degree kind of metronome effect. So there's a little bit of disruption on the edge, and you can really see it in the center because the fan out is heavily disrupted by it. We add instead a homing logic. Passing through. So that distortion in the center there is because after it calculates the movement to pull it into a circle, it's trying, the logic is trying to pull each individual one towards a target blob. Which means that you can see it's sort of like towing it to the side in places. This is the sort of logic that I want the game to account for, where the order matters. So this will be, they fly out trying to target an enemy. It's random direction and then homing. So the homing can compete with the random direction. But then after 3 seconds, they start to orbit. So we have noticeably fewer of them because I removed that. But the orbit is much more dragged, like stretched. Especially since it happens after 3 seconds. If we remove the homing, it'll be even more so. So we still have the fountain in the center because we are emitting about 3 to the 5th yarn balls per second. About 3 to the 4th every third of a second. Then it flies out in a random direction, and then it is hard pulled into this circle. The rotational pull, the impact on the vector of movement, for the rotation is very strong. That is a variable that can be tweaked with it, is how strong some of those forces are, but they're very obscure variables. The impact of them is a little hard to judge. Let's remove a couple of these and just say 9 of them a second get emitted. We can see more of the pattern with that spread as it is. Then we can make it so that after the 3 seconds, we also start to explode. We're zoomed in twice as far here. Normally, we're actually zoomed out by about 3 times. Or, I'm sorry, zoomed in by about 3 times as far as the game is concerned. So each pixel is about 3 pixels. Well, 9 pixels, you know. And then we have the camera zoomed into 2 times. So it's further scaled in. We have expanded the scale of the world, but then the camera pans in further. Again, this is 30, the player sprite is 32 by 32. Player sprite is really small. I think we can actually mess with that variable. Can I touch that at runtime? So when we start the game, I don't think this will work actually. Let's find that resource. Okay, scaling factor is 3. We're going to set it to 1. I think this will work. There we go. Velocity is not handled properly for this. But this is the actual size of the game. This is 1920 by 1080p. The monitor is more than that, but it's feeding to a 1080p source, so. Things move very much faster because they are in absolute terms. They are not affected by the scale. Which should make this actually interesting looking. We did the 6th per second and the spiral. So things are moving about 3 times faster than normal. It's a lot less apparent that we have the... Oh, that was a flicker. Much more of a donut shape than the cylinder that we were getting before. Okay, let's strain it further. Explosions will blot out the sun. Still need to update the explosion sprite to be like a particle effect or something like that. But we've veered off of that target noticeably. This is kind of what I was referring to, or this is almost exactly what I was referring to as far as I want it to be possible for the player to have so much offensive strength that the game is pretty much over. the only way to be harmed in this scenario is if I move fast enough that I get ahead of the blast wave here. But at the speed that the projectiles move, at this expanded view, it's much harder for the player to get out of that blast wave. It's also much more expensive for the blobs to be at that range. And we can see some shadowed blobs over there that aren't being loaded in because of the visibility logic. I may ultimately revert that because it is a failure surface that they can kind of go in and out of the camera pretty easily. And if that doesn't happen promptly, it's like there's a little shadow right here. Might be hard to see. But that is a blob, but the blob sprite is not rendering properly. But yeah, if the player reaches this point, then it's just a matter of continuing to move. Like, just keep walking forward, you win. Gotta set that startup resource back. It is much softer on our processing to have things moving slower. So one of the things I need to do is, as far as speed, I need the speed to be affected by the scaling factor. Since the speed is in world coordinates, not in... Sorry, the positioning in the world, the logic for moving things is not properly affected by scaling. So I need that to be accounted for. So for example, tiles are 16 by 16-ish. So right now, when we're scaled in as much as we are, it's about 48 by 48. I might be doing that math wrong in places. But the speed of things is largely like hard-coded in terms of tiles per second. But if I scale out, since I'm not accounting for the scale in that speed, then projectiles move faster in proportion to the size of the world. And that's not really what we want. But yeah, I think we've made some pretty good progress tonight. Some pretty good progress. So let's wrap up for now. We will continue another time. So let's see. Today we got... primarily what we accomplished was to get the map rendering code updated again. We now have it where we load the entire map and then break it into chunks during the load up process. And then we load it as we encounter a new area. Next thing I want to start looking at is spawn logic that determines what to spawn or start spawning or whatever when you hit a particular part of the map. Then additionally, logic for keeping you within the map boundary, as well as how drawing additional layers on things. So having having things like the walls of the world look like this, but they're not traversable kind of stuff. Those will be things that we want to look at going forward. But in any event, I hope you had fun watching with us tonight. If you like what you saw and would like to see more, remember to like, follow, subscribe, comment. All of the stuff that's platform specific, they do help things grow on that platform. If you'd like to consider financially supporting the channel, you can do so through platform-specific means like memberships, subscriptions, and the like. Doing so will get you access to emotes, and once I start making videos again, early access to those videos. Additionally, there are options like Patreon and Ko-fi. You can find links to all of my channels in the link tree in my bios and video descriptions. With that said, though, I hope the rest of your day is good, and I'll see you next time.